Late start this morning, folks. Good morning. All right. Where are we at? There we go. Get some composting done. I think everything except for the rosemary here. Yeah, the rosemary is one of the really, really long ones to grow, so that does not need any compost. Okay, I should have gotten 2 more. That's all right. All right, so that's a total of 10 bags. That means I can do 20 at a time comfortably. Or 40 at a time, actually. Yeah, 40. I promise I'm awake. Wasn't lost on me that one of them just transitioned right now. Didn't realize they were that close. And we're skipping the rosemary because it hasn't gone to the next phase, but we do have an odd number of bags here to do a single row with. So that we can at least keep the potatoes synchronized. Ooh, boy, that's not good. I haven't looked at my weight in a while. We're below 70 kilo. We're going to need to fix that. Morning, Mario. How's it going? Getting started with some good old-fashioned agriculture here. A metric lot of compost bags available now. What better vehicle than the Spiffo van? Hey, Richard. Doing pretty good this morning. We have got some crops to fertilize and or compost. Yeah, doing all right. Hanging in there. Definitely hanging in there. I'm going to park the Spiffo van just outside of the side gate here. drop my backpack somewhere around here. Oh, never left my inventory. Fair enough. A little too close. Alright, that is every crop in the field. I've, no, there used to be a mechanic where walking on your crops, or walking or running on the crops would damage them. That mechanic was removed at some point. I don't know exactly when. But I do know that it's only zombies that can damage your crops now if you let them walk on over them. So what I do is I make sure that my crops are enclosed by double walls. Eating a second box of cereal in its entirety should put me in weight gain through carbs. Rapid weight gain through carbs. Yes, okay, so because that's because we had a carb deficit of negative 500. That's the floor. So we ate a full box of cereal, that's 572 carbs. Then we ate a second box of cereal, that's 572. So we're in a surplus of at least 500, maybe 600 something carbs. You can boost your weight gain even higher than this. It doesn't show up in the UI, but there is a system, as far as I understand it. You have to have at least 400 surplus of at least 400 carbs and 400 fats. So what we just did is we just ate 2 boxes of cereal. So we can guarantee we're at a surplus of like 600 carbs right now. Then you can eat a couple sticks of butter. 1 stick of butter right here is going to be 352 fats, so that does not get us out of the deficit. So that has no impact just yet. We're going to eat a second stick of butter in a short order of time here. Just going to pet a chicken really quick so that my unhappiness does not build up too much. And I also want to make sure that I am not burning too many calories, or fats or carbs, really. I actually don't think carb or fat burn is related to physical activity. I don't remember. But in any case, I'm going to read a foraging book next. We're capable of reading Foraging 4 now. And that is relevant to my farming interests because we have not been able to find any rose or lavender seeds. And that's baffling in and of itself, but one of the only ways I know to reliably try to find something like that is probably through foraging. So we'll need to gain a few levels of foraging, and for that we want the book. Bedtime at 2300. Oh, I should be wearing my reading glasses. Not that I'm in any particular rush, but it would be nice to be able to find these seeds before the end of April, because that is I believe, that is the ideal month. So now we're going to have our second stick of butter. Now that's going to be 350 plus 350, minus a little bit of burn. So we're still not going to be at a surplus of fats. We're going to need to eat yet another stick of butter to be at a surplus of fats, which is okay. That's normal. We could also go fishing, but I don't expect to get massive fish out of this small lake here, and I don't have very much skill in fishing just yet. We are going to read something to make us happy so that we don't get sad from eating all that butter. This comic book is called Made in Canada. Canadian Wonder Woman. 10 out of 10. Now what I'm going to also do is go ahead and let's go get some milk from the cows so that we can make a couple more sticks of butter. For that, I'm going to need a large container of some sort. How about we do 2 gas cans? Milk churns into butter at a ratio of 5 liters for 1 stick. So if I milk one of my cows to 10 liters in each of these, there's 4 sticks of butter right there. It's surprisingly cold still. It's below a couple of degrees below freezing here in the mid-April. That is a little colder than I was expecting right now. Standing around outdoors for long periods of time is actually enough to get me cold. I can fix that. Just wear my other jacket for a little while until I start getting hot again. Alright, so there's 4 sticks of butter. And I'm going to go ahead and eat another one. Now this 352 times 3, that should put me well into surplus of butter. Because remember, the floor is 500. Oops. We're 1056 minus 500 because that's what the floor was. That was our deficit. We overcame that. We should be at a surplus of somewhere around 500, assuming we've burned some since then. So by eating one of these sticks of butter, we should now be in triple weight gain. So again, it does not show you the extra chevron. Like the UI does not show it, but if you are, you know what? I want to verify these claims that I'm making. I'm going to have her read a book really quick, and then I'm going to check the code of the game, because that's the only way you can learn these things sometimes. So if I go to the games directory here, which you can find usually through Steam, browse game files and whatnot, I'm just going to search for nutrition.java. I can't do that because they repackaged everything. They repackaged everything, and now it's Project Zomboid.jar. Has all of the Java code in it. I don't see why this was necessary, but I'm sure there was a reason for it. So I guess I got to search for it manually. I don't think you can search through. No, 7-zip won't let me search through it. I think it was under, yeah, a zombie, and then characters. And then player? No. I could just extract the whole thing. I think I'm going to extract the whole thing. $42.17. Oh. I've got to probably make this folder here. Now I can search for it. Nutrition.class. Okay. And it's under characters / body damage. So what do we do with this? It's compiled code, so we have to decompile it. I usually just use a website for this. Where is it? There you are. No, that's the Java documentation. Online Java decompiler. And then just drag it in there. And there it is. Now we just take a look through the code. Interesting. They still have... They removed some of the placeholder code, but they still have the fields defined for male versus female values. But the fact that they removed some of that code tells me they might just be giving up completely on Right now, the game, from a code standpoint, there are some like things under the hood that would do things differently if you were male or female. But they've basically eliminated most of that, and it just treats everybody as male. And I found that to be amusing and kind of sad that they just gave up on making anything different between them. These are the weight values, by the way. These are, you're emaciated if you're 50 kilo or below, very underweight if you're 60 kilo or below, 70, and you're underweight. They've changed that. I used to think it was 75. Oh, wait, hang on a second. No, this is slightly different. This is if you have the traits, or if you've applied the traits. Here, this is the code. Yeah, okay, so 75 is still the correct number. Yeah. Basically what this is saying right here is if you're between 85 and 100 kilo, you're overweight. If you're over 100 kilo, you're obese. If you are between 65 and 75, you're underweight. If you're between 65 and 50, you're very underweight. If you're below 50, you're emaciated. I think you start losing health at that point. I don't remember exactly how that works, but yeah. This is what I was talking about before with the carbohydrates. Your floor is negative 500, your ceiling is 1,000. And we were obviously at the ceiling because I was eating so little for a very long time there. So we were obviously at negative 500 carbs and negative 500 fats. Proteins work the same way, but proteins are far more obscure. I don't even bother trying to track them without a stat bar. We don't have a stat bar mod right now, so we're just playing the game vanilla. I'm just going by gut feelings here. And napkin math. Get it? Napkin math, because we're eating food. I'm looking for a specific number, and I thought it would jump out at me more easily. Here it is. Okay. Shit. Okay, I was correct, but I was off by the numbers. So if you're over 400 fats or carbs, then your weight gain is 2.0. If you're over both 700 fats and lipids, then your weight gain factor is 3 times. And Windows Explorer just crashed on me. Thanks for that. Okay, so what that means basically is I need to eat yet another box of cereal and yet another stick of butter. Even then, another stick of butter might not cut it. Because what we did is we ate 3 already, so we're at 1056. So that would be another stick of butter would be another 352. That would be 1408 minus the deficit we started at. That would be 908. So that would put us probably over 700, given some burn. Now, one of the things is I don't want to just keep burning cereal. I really don't. I should be doing this the correct way. If I need to gain a lot of carbs, I should just eat a 3-bean soup. So I'm going to do that really quick. We'll just grab a pot, and we'll make ourselves a one of those soups with lots of beans in it. Let's do black beans, split peas, white beans. I think those are all, yeah, those are all very heavy in carbs. Oh yeah, all of them in the 400s for a total bag. If this seems like overkill, yes, it absolutely is. And I'm 100% okay with that at this point. So let me do some quick math on those beans. A bag of beans, or a bag of black beans, we'll just use black beans assuming the others are close enough. Bag of black beans is 580 carbs for the whole thing. Whenever you add a charge to a recipe, it's 10. So that's 10 out of 6. So basically that's 580 carbs for the whole bag divided by 6 is what you're doing every time you add one charge. And we added 2. So that's, we're just going to divide that by 3. Yeah, 580 divided by 3. And then I'm assuming similar values for all 3. So I'm going to multiply that by 3. So 580 carbs should be in this entire soup. So let me start by eating half of that. I'm going to start by eating half, and then just to feather the rest, we will eat a quarter of it as we get hungry. I think this should be, we should now be definitely in rapid weight, like triple rapid weight gain, because that would be 580 carbs. Sorry, 580 divided by 2 plus 572 plus 572, because that was 572 from the 2 boxes of cereal. So this should be the total carbs we've consumed over the past afternoon, minus the deficit we were at initially, so we should be over 900 now. And remember, what we just found out by looking at the code is the thresholds are 700. We have to be over 700 carbs and fats. And I'm pretty sure with fats, we're definitely there. Because what I did was I not only ate 4 sticks of butter straight, we also added a helping of butter and oil to this soup. 4 sticks of butter would be 352 times 4. So, yeah, and then subtract our deficit, and then add a little bit back, subtract a little bit from our burn. I think we're good. Now, the only reason I put that much thought into it is because we fell as low as 67 kilo. I do not want to have to sit around and wait for normal rapid weight gain. I would prefer to gain weight as fast as humanly possible now to get out of that the low weight threshold that we were just at. I need to make a standalone video about that because it's one of the most commonly asked questions on the Steam forums right now. And whenever the nerds on Steam, myself included, I count myself among them. Whenever the nerds on Steam come in there and try to type out a response, it's really in the weeds, and a lot of people their eyes are gonna glaze over by the second paragraph. I should probably make a standalone video where I explain it in a more understandable way. Okay, so we have finished reading Foraging Volume 4. And what that means I'm going to do now... We've already put on 2 kilo, by the way. We're at 69 already. So just since we've started eating, we've put on 2 kilo. I can't imagine that this feels very good for her. But we're doing what we have to do. I have never actually foraged nearby base in this location. But what I see to the north here is a bunch of hay bales, which makes me think this might be farmland up here. So I'm just going to mosey on up here and check the search focus. And it says farmland / managed forestry. So let's do a look-see for food, if we can. We cannot. So I'm just going to do wild plants. That feels like a close enough approximation. I'm not going to pick everything up, just going to get the experience where applicable. I learned this just the other day from one of my viewers, Ranzera. He mentions that if you run around in the combat stance, that increases your search radius by about a third, that's freaking wild. But yeah, you don't even have to particularly look around; just remain in the combat stance. Can I dry dandelions? I don't think I can. Nope. There is nothing you can do anywhere in the crafting menu with dandelions. I really hate how sometimes the flashlight doesn't work right. It's like whenever you're searching at night, the flashlight kind of acts as if it's turning off and on. Oh, we just picked up some poppy. That was not what I was looking for, but I'll take it. You see how the circle is kind of oscillating? It's because every other second, every other step, the game forgets that we have a flashlight in our hands. It's really stupid. But at least if it's oscillating, we can tell from a distance whether we actually have anything in the area. This might... violets. We cannot... I don't think we can dry these. Nope. Can't do anything with violets. You can add them to food. You just can't... I mean, adding them to a recipe is one thing, but being able to preserve them is far more important to me. You know what? Maybe I will try fishing in my local lake. I'll use this cockroach as bait. We'll do that tomorrow morning, maybe. I feel like an early morning in mid-April wouldn't be the worst time to fish. No idea, though. Could just go by temperature, in which case that probably would be a bad time. Okay, I think we're done here. For tonight, at least. Look at that, I can dry poppy pods. Okay, I'll do that. Actually, will I? Hang on. I have a few ideas for that. I probably need to remake my coffee. Of course I do. I drank one and I didn't have any out in the field, so we're going to remake our coffee before we go to bed here. And then we will, see what kind of stuff we can add to it of what we just picked up. common mallow, sugar, cinnamon, violets, and we can add dandelions. Okay, so dandelions don't count as a seasoning. They count as an additive. And what that means is it's going to get heavier. So I don't know if we can sustain that. I don't hate it, but I also don't... We've allocated exactly 1.1 encumbrance for our coffee. So the fact that it now weighs 1.22 means we have to sacrifice something in our kit in order to carry it around. But I at least can say that we are well on our way to super coffee. I'm going to move some of this stuff back to my Alice belt and suspenders so that I can at least fit the coffee. And then, to be honest, I might just start carrying a couple fewer magazines in my Alice belt and suspenders, because I don't think you actually need to have the magazine in the belt and suspenders in order to get the reloading bonus. That's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. I haven't actually acted on those thoughts. I've just been thinking about it. The magazine reloading skill, and the same thing with the bullets bandolier. You don't have to have the bullets in the bandolier or the magazines inside the Alice belt and suspenders in order to benefit from the reload speed. A little bit past our bedtime. Let's go ahead and eat this soup here and put away the rest of this stuff. I cannot add poppy pods to my coffee. That was something I was actually interested in just now. That's all right. I'm also going to check and see if there is somewhere else that I can find rose seeds in this current build of the game. %4 chance in a garden basket and toolbox. 9% chance in the trunk of a gardener vehicle. Okay. But no other container type. That explains everything. That explains everything. Damn. We have looked into plenty of baskets and toolboxes, but that clearly hasn't been enough. I kind of hoped that there was a couple of other things we could do with copper, but it doesn't look like there is. Could do a little bit of glass making now that I've gotten a lot of broken glass from out in the field. For that, I would need a couple of pottery things that I do not believe I have. And I'm not even high enough level pottery for that. I would have to make a couple of things. Where did I put away my pottery wheel? It's a simple pottery wheel. Where did I put away my good one? Oh, in here. Okay. You know, I probably could just put it right in front of where the truck is. The goal is I want it to be within range of where the pottery supplies are, which is in this crate that's kind of hard to see, but the radio is on top of it. Which is now the case. But that's going to make it a little bit more difficult to navigate the truck. Because then I'm going to... Actually, that's not the worst thing in the world. That's not the worst thing in the world at all. I mean, the truck is still in the correct place. I just got to make sure that I don't ever try to pull in too quickly. I'm going to sculpt a couple of small crucibles to get pottery level 2. And then we've got a book to read. So I'll just fire these up. And then after we read the book... Actually, we don't need to read the book. No, we do need to read the book because I need to make a... I can just make one without it. It's fine, I suppose. Are we out of clay? I think we're out of clay. Okay. We can get more, but that's interesting. Oh, we're out of charcoal too, aren't we? What a world. Okay. We got our work cut out for us. This is one of the reasons that I don't saw or, burn these logs all at once. We still have 68 logs on the floor here. I can turn all of those logs into charcoal whenever I want to. No kidding. Well, in this alternate universe, you might not have been born, but neither would I. So there's 24 more charcoal just by putting the burning barrel right there and burning a couple of logs, which were right next to it. Alright, now we can fire that glass blowing pipe. So we can now do some glass blowing. The reason I got miffed about running out of clay is because there are a couple of recipes that need us to have 2 glass blowing pipes. We've got to dual build them. Don't ask me how that works. But I don't think we're there yet, so... we have already read the glass making books, so I can go ahead and make these without breaking a sweat. We're getting about 73 for each. But that was all of the glass that we had at the moment. So we've now got several empty crucibles and a ton of broken glass. For that, we can just smelt it all. Yeah, we can do that 4 times. 3, 4. So there's 4 ceramic crucibles full of molten glass. Just put those in there and use them as we see fit. It's 5 a.m., so I'm going to get my second bedtime. We're already 70 kilo. So we've put on 3 kilos since we started talking about gaining weight. $71 kilo. I like I said, you don't see the 3rd chevron, but you feel it. You definitely feel it. Like, I literally went to bed and woke up 1 kilo heavier. That is the power of triple weight gain. I'm just going to eat something basic to maintain my calories now. The smartest thing to do would be to cook for myself. But I'm not smart. I have a bag of chips. Chips have both carbs and fats in them. More carbs than fats, though. But fats are a little easier to come by since we can churn butter as much as we want to. So I'm going to do a little bit more glass making since that's what's right in front of me and it's something I can do that I have a clear path forward on. I don't have a very clear path forward on trying to find some flower seeds. So I'd rather do something that I can actually accomplish right now. I will do some more foraging after this, possibly in different zones. Let's make a few drinking glasses to start out with. Hang on, I'm going to cancel that so that we have just made 2, but now we've got possibly another recipe unlocked. I can't remember if level 3 got us anything. Yes, we can make bottles now. Now here's something I'm very curious about. I'm going to make a bottle here, and then I'm going to go upstairs, and I'm going to see if they fixed this. The bottles that the player can make were broken in that they didn't show the color of the liquid inside of them. And that, to me, is one of the biggest appeals of being able to make my own bottles. Something without a stupid label in it. So all these custom dyes that I've been mixing up here. Let me take the one that I set aside here. This is actually what I used on the jacket, I believe. We can probably make something better than this at this point, but I'm just curious to see if it will actually show up properly in this bottle. No. Well, I gotta use a plastic bottle to see what color the liquid is. Someday. I'm sure this is just a temporary problem. It's just the whole... That right there is just one of the small appeals of glass making to me. Is to be able to make bottles that don't have a stupid label in the way so I can see the liquid inside very clearly. But, yeah, this bottle is... I don't want to call it 100% useless. I could fill it with gasoline and make a Molotov, but I can make pipe bombs now, so is that really relevant to me now? Not really. I'm just going to recycle the glass. And we'll make a few more of those because that was good experience at least. I believe I would need to make somewhere around 5 more to ensure that I'm going to get a level up. And I can make as many as 10, so let's go for it. This also gives me something to read, and the next volume of glassmaking, I can read that, and that is even less physical activity to burn calories so I can gain more weight. Good thing my gloves are basically glass proof. I do the socially responsible thing and listen to the radio. I believe that's going to be today's weather since it just cut over. Tomorrow, okay, so it didn't mention any precipitation today. Severe thunderstorm warning, ETA 5 days. Okay, so I do have one crop that's going to be pretty sensitive to low water. That's basil. So I might water my basil in 2 days. And then I can basically be assured that everything will be watered in full after 5 days because we got a storm coming. Now that I'm reasonably assured of my rapid weight gain, we're just going to minimize calorie expenditure until we are at a healthy 80 kilo. And we'll eat hard-boiled eggs to shut the hunger up. KTO, how's it going? We had a late start today, but we got a few things done. Not yet, but now you have. Or if you have, I forgot. But yeah, no, I'm not the biggest fan myself. We have actually, the closest thing we've had to taking an injury on this character has been from that, we got headbutted, but we only took a hole in our glove. That's all we took. So we still haven't had, knock on wood, we still haven't had blood drawn on this character. I'm sure we will at some point. It'll be something stupid I do, most likely. But that was a ram that did that to us. God, that is, ugh. Ugh, that is big, ugh. That is nasty. Should be illegal. I've been passing the time with some glass making while I'm in a deep weight gain phase. We put on another 2 kilo while reading that book. It's great. I love it. We're now glass making level 4, and we just finished the book. I do not believe there's any level 4 recipes now. There's just, the next unlock is jars at level 5. So we've got to screw around with bottles for a little longer. And that was all of the glass that we had at the moment. Run around and smelt some more. Recycled that. If anybody is not familiar, a lot of this broken glass that I'm using is just stuff from windshields. Anytime you see me break a windshield off of a vehicle and pick up the glass, it eventually makes its way back into this crate, and we use it for this. We're about 2/3 of the way, so let's do like 3 more. Isn't aggravated or agitated? I think agitated was I actually thought that was the highest named tier. I don't know though. 3 might be the right number here. Nah, maybe one more. We're now level 5. We can make jars, and this is the point where we're going to stop recycling the glass because jars will actually be potentially useful to us. I don't know. I haven't tried making jarred food yet in this patch. I can just tell you as much as the most I can say on that is it absolutely sucked for a couple of batches. So I'm just going to continue doing this until I hit the next level. We may still have a little bit of molten glass left over after that. Or if I do run out of molten glass, then that's fine. We'll have plenty of jars. Beautiful. Okay, that was 15 jars we just got. And that's actually an even number, and that makes me happy. Because when you go and make lids for the jars, which you do with blacksmithing, the ratio is 5 lids each time you do a craft. It requires a small steel sheet. So I'm going to split one of these steel sheets we got here. So right there, that is 15 jars and 15 jar lids, all made myself. The only thing I can't make myself is vinegar, which we've been collecting off and on, but yeah, vinegar is something you can only loot right now. It's a gaping hole in the self-sufficiency system here. Over here in our small form food, I've been putting the vinegar, I believe. Yeah, we've got 5, 4 that are full, and then 1 that's like, what is that, 2/3? Or 2/5? I don't remember. I think each vinegar container contains 10 uses. So this would be probably 4, I'm hoping 4, because at least that would be an even number. And that would mean we have 5, 10, 15, 20, 22, 22, I believe. Yeah. 22 jars worth of vinegar right now. Not that there's anything we can actually put in the jars, but that's where the planting season comes in. Yeah, I know, right? At least this isn't 7 days to die, because otherwise I would eat the jar every single time. Oh wow, I stayed up until midnight. I didn't even realize. That's one of the consequences of not going out there and running around all day, is my sleep schedule is inevitably going to get fucked up a little bit. Like, it'll let us sleep, but then our sleep schedule will not be intact after this. We'll probably have to wait until like 7 or 8 or something to sleep. Next glass making book. And we've also got the next pottery book, so we've got plenty of book. Hey Zacto, how's it going? We got a late start this morning, but we're getting things done. Had to go into a weight gain phase after we got our crops planted, so I've been leveling some less important skills while doing that. Glass making and pottery right now. I'm gonna wait until like 6 to try to sleep. Ah, there we go. I can sleep. Oh, yeah. Stand by. I actually have to take a look at something really quick. I will have her read for a moment, but I do have to check something on my other screen for a minute here. Where is that? Oh, that's frustrating. Well then. I got an email and I was trying to do what it was asking me to do, but no, it doesn't. It wants to break, so maybe I'll do it later. Alright. Never mind then. Let's just fast forward for a minute. Still in rapid weight gain. At this point, I'm pretty sure we don't have to worry about fats and carbs for quite a while. Just want to get the hunger to shut up until we start running low on calories. Then we can probably go milk the cows or something. Just to sustain ourselves on milk at that point. See, already back to 75 kilo. We're technically at a healthy body weight now. Just got to not let myself fall back into a deficit. Oh, damn. Do not take those back injuries. Don't take them lightly. They'll definitely mess you up. I'll try a salad to use up those dandelions. Oh, we can use up the potatoes, too. What can you put in coffee? You can put all kinds of things in coffee. The question usually is going to be, is it a seasoning or an additive? You can put more coffee into coffee, and you can put tea bags into coffee. Both of those, in my experience, are very inefficient uses. I recommend just making the cup of coffee and then adding everything but coffee to it. That's usually what I recommend. But you can do that, and it's also, you can add things like berries. You can add berries, and probably strawberries too. That is one thing that I'm probably going to end up growing at some point, maybe around the 15th. After I get out of this weight gain phase, I'm going to expand my garden a little bit. I think strawberries are also a April plant, but I don't remember exactly. Not tired enough to sleep, so we are going to continue reading until I am. I don't know how I feel about the leather in here. I have a couple of times turned on the campfire. I might go ahead and turn it on again. I just don't feel like allocating logs towards it. So I'll get some firewood that we have left over here. Yeah, we got a few tree branches left, and then I think over here we've got a couple of like actual firewood. I just need some kindling. It did kind of look like it was almost, yeah, I don't know. This will at least get it through about a day's worth. Yeah, 8 hours times 1.3. What is that? That's almost half a day's worth. So if I let it go now and then maybe refill it one more time later, we'll see. I'm definitely not interested in actually babysitting it, making sure that it's always running. So I was going to continue with pottery, but we are now out of clay completely. We can fix that. The question is, where's the best place for it? Well, another thing is, I think I'm ready to go ahead and resume logistic transport. Now that we've got rain, and I know that I don't need to worry about watering the crops, let's go ahead and start picking up some stuff that we left out in the field. I mean, that, honestly, as long as I don't have to fight too much, As long as I don't have to fight too much, then that's not even going to require me to burn as much calories. Let's gear up for combat either way. Oh, I'm not using this hatchet anymore. What am I doing? We are going to get some proper weapons before we do anything. Ran out of charcoal, so I'm grabbing a little bit more. Then we can make a sword as well. Alright, now I've got my blades back. Just gotta put them together. And get them sharp. And onto the belt. We have more blades out in the field, but gotta actually get them on my person. And I feel like now that I'm going to be running around, I don't have to worry quite as much about insulation, so I'm going to put the jacket back. Now, the moment I've been dreading, I need to select a throwaway vehicle to go back to pick up something else with. I believe I was going to be willing to let go one of the fire trucks and leave it behind, and yeah, we can let this one go. This one is engine quality 68. Yeah, that's fine. We just gotta make sure we're not leaving any of the parts in it. Perfectly fine to leave this in Rosewood, which is where we need to go. Pretty trees. Some of them that were white or pink are now turning green. Okay. You know what? I was gonna let it come around the front of the vehicle and then kill it, but it decided to actually get out of the road. Maybe it'll stay out of the road this time. I don't know who I'm kidding. Of course it won't stay out of the road. It's a rabbit. All it knows is the road. You know what? I could try my luck at Rosewood. We could just try going house to house looking for gardening supplies. That is going to be a very tall order, though. One day they'll learn. Today's not that day. I'm not quite butchering level 10 yet, so this still will get me experience. I don't remember what kind of house that is up there. Suppose it would probably be just as beneficial to take a peek at agricultural homes out in the countryside here. The kind with their own fields and whatnot. You know, I never even went up this road. Why don't we do that? Well, I'll do that with one of my expedition or one of my well-equipped vehicles, right? This one is just a fire truck, and it is nothing in it. So we're going to drop it off at Rosewood, which is just right down here, like we intended. And then I will actually do what I was saying before. I'm going to take a quick look around, see if I can't get really lucky and maybe come across a gardening residence or just gardening in general. Well, it doesn't need to be a residence. It needs to be, and this is part of the problem. I've been looking in places that have containers with agricultural stuff in it. That's been my mistake. Toolboxes, garden baskets, and vehicles of a gardening nature are the only ones that will ever spawn flower seeds that I'm looking for. It's such a silly, silly oversight. It doesn't make sense, but yeah. That's the world I'm living in right now. I left the generator running here, and there was no need. I think that was a pure accident. Yeah, there's nothing being refrigerated, so that was literally just a oopsie. But at least I get free electrical experience for fixing it. I suppose I could also just butcher the rabbits now, and then take the leave the meat in the freezer. So I could actually have a good reason for leaving the generator running here for a minute if I'm going to commit to this. Jeez Louise, that's a lot of rabbit meat. Being level 9 butchering is pretty good. We literally got a perfect slab. 104. The nutrition bar is maxed when we look at it. Well enough equipped. Probably not quite as well equipped as the Well, LBMW is also going to be loaded for bear because it's supposed to go back. Yeah, they're both basically the same if you subtract that loot bag in it. Meanwhile, fire truck here has got room for like 10 more. Oops. I only ever put one rain barrel up here. That was a bit of a whoopsie. Could have had a lot more water to work with. Alright, I think I have an idea here. I'm having a thought. Yeah, let's do what I was talking about before. We're going to explore up that Flaherty Road up there and take a look around. I think I'm going to focus on vehicles, honestly. Because vehicles give me a chance at gardening vehicles, and gardening vehicles have the highest percent chance of having... highest percent chance of actually having the seeds I'm looking for. I never in a million years would have imagined that this would have been a difficult thing to find. I don't remember finding a lot on my previous characters, but I do remember finding enough to consider that, you know, looting all of the major agriculture points on the map, which is what I've done minus Valley Station. But now that I've learned Valley Station won't help me either, because it needs to be vehicles or gardening baskets. And the chance in vehicles is higher if I actually find a gardening vehicle, so... Gardening vehicles, I don't know if there's any increased chance for them to spawn if there's a vehicle spawn in front of a farmhouse or whatever. Probably not. But I have seen gardening vehicles before that's not like the rosewood blooms. It's just sort of like a hobbyist level gardening thing. Oh, this is the, these are the little cookie cutter homes for, some military families. I actually forgot those were there. I don't expect... There's no vehicles, no vehicle spawns up there. There's probably no vehicle spawns here either. I could do worse than to check the shelves in here, though. Yep, no, that is, I fully expect that. If it wasn't raining, I'd probably be foraging instead of doing any of this. But the rain means I'm not going to be foraging as well, and it also means that, well, I don't have a umbrella. Grinding myself to pick up an umbrella if I see one. So we're finding gardening trowels, but nothing like a, nothing like an actual gardening basket or anything like that. I'm pretty sure these are those empty packing plants. Well, maybe not empty. Produce. And rotten stuff. Okay, so these are all... This is a produce packing plant. I don't expect any of the quote-unquote produce to include anything that I'm after, and even if it did, I wouldn't be able to plant it, because only certain things can be planted. Like, for example, you can take a rotten potato and plant that, and it will actually have a chance at growing. But, no, I don't expect to find anything that I kind of want here. I wonder if the, any potential zombie spawns here would have already, like, migrated to that intersection to the north, where literally everything is, has been migrating to the, there's a little intersection right outside of Phallus Lake that just literally every zombie in the area seems to have migrated to. We're close enough to that area that, it would explain why everything here seems empty. In terms of zombie, at least. Okay, everything the same here. See, the thing is, looking for something specific in this game usually is not a problem for me until we run into that luck problem, because other characters will find things readily and in sufficient amounts without even trying. This character has found 4 sledgehammers, I think, and so it makes perfect sense to me that her luck is not going to be that great on other silly things. No. I have seen videos that talk about it in the title. I'm not really interested in it. It's a mod. I'm assuming that it is something to do with... it almost sounds like something like a Fallout sort of situation, where you either start in a place or you are trying to go to a place. That would be the opposite of Fallout. You usually start in the vaults somehow, and then leave it. It'd be kind of interesting if the whole goal of the Fallout game was to actually get into a vault. But then that gives you a concrete ending, and that's not what Bethesda does. They're all about that open-ended stuff. You'll get a concrete ending to the main story, but then you can keep fucking around and doing other things afterwards. Unless you took the ending that the devs didn't want you to take, in which case all of your NPCs will remind you that you picked the bad ending. I will never forget the first time I played Fallout 4. I sided with the fuck are they? The underground people. Institute. I sided with the Institute the first time I played through. And then after I got the Institute ending, all of my NPC allies were just like, "You won, but at what cost? Oh, why would you do such a thing? Oh, no, you're such a bad person. Why would you do that?" Fuck you, dude. I did what I saw to be the most fitting thing for this wasteland full of people that were under extreme hardship. The best of a bunch of really bad choices. Nuclear Fallout Winter have the events of week 1 month. Interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not interested in week 1. It's I talked about week 1 before. It's like week 1 is to Zomboid what Gary's mod is to Half-Life. Yeah, it's technically the same game. It's technically the same engine, but it's not the game. it's just It's something else. Some goofy sideshow. All of the most popular content surrounding week 1 was just people going on Reddit and posting like, "Whoa, look at this! Somebody started a random party in my basement." And then I saw that reposted for like the 5th time, and I was like, "Is this still getting 1,000 upvotes?" That's more of an indictment of Reddit than anything else. Yeah, as one should expect from anything that goes on B42. Okay, so we explored the middle ground there. There's actually no houses. At least I mean, no houses of substance. Those military cookie cutters don't count. Maybe those 2 roads would have led to something, I don't know if I would use the word substantive. That would be a bit of a harsh word. Coming soon to a Neuralink near you. So because I couldn't sort out that email that I got earlier, I actually have to go visit somebody later this afternoon, so I will have an upper limit on my stream time. Still got a good few hours here, but I'm going to have to definitely leave by 3 p.m. Yeah, a little bit after 3 p.m., something like that. So here's what I'm going to try to do. I've got 2 vehicles still out in the field. We've already closed down all operations at Irvington. That was last stream. Stream before that, we were doing operations in March Ridge. And I did not feel like doing a huge transfer, so I still have a lot of assets left at March Ridge. And that includes 2 vehicles that need to come back. You know how I can figure out exactly what vehicles I have. I always take screenshots at the end of my sessions. So I want to say that I can go to my screenshot, most recent one at March Ridge here. My perfect fire truck with the bombing materials. Not my race car, because I would have brought that. The Kentucky Herald step van, which has got a decent engine quality, if I recall, and then the ambulance. I believe those are going to be... Okay, so there's 3 assets there right now. Ambulance, Kentucky Herald, and best fire truck. So that means I should go back with the race car and pick up the good fire truck. Or... Yes, I should pick up the... That's going to be an interesting conundrum. I think the ambulance is a better prospect to tow the Kentucky Herald. So what I can do is I can take Spiffo's race car to pick up the fire truck, and then come back with a throwaway to grab the ambulance that will then tow Kentucky Herald. That's going to be my wager. If ambulance can't tow Kentucky Herald, I will take the wheels off of Kentucky Herald, and we'll go anyway. That is what we're going to do. Make that noise one more time, I dare you. Never mind. Sorry. I should not be living in an apartment complex. I'm too paranoid for it. I want to make some food with the rabbit and eggs that we have. Well, macro transactions are just that's what you pay to buy the game. Microtransactions, which you pay afterwards. But I suppose DLCs can count as a macro transaction, because some DLCs cost as much as a game. Alright, if nothing else, it should be an easy trip to go and grab the good fire truck here. So, Rosewood to March Ridge, I do believe the highway is the best prospect. I will not be playing GTA 6. I'm not even going to take a hard stance to say that it sucks. Rockstar sucks. And I won't be giving them another cent. I'm sure somebody will probably Yarhar the game within a matter of weeks when it comes out. I don't even care. I literally hate Rockstar so much that I will not even pirate their games. I have a very sordid history with Rockstar, up to and including very much enjoying Red Dead Redemption and GTA 5. I enjoyed them both. I actually liked them both very much. And then Rockstar fucked with them a lot, to the point where I bought Red Dead Redemption 2 for PC, and I downloaded it, and it was not fucking possible to play without installing all kinds of fucking spyware. Rockstar Social Club phones home with information about your computer about, 3 or 4 times every minute, if I recall. My firewall logs were fucking all over the place. And I could not do enough manual whitelists for it to actually fucking function. No. And then it took a goddamn colossal effort to actually remove the shit after I was done with it. I got a refund, I removed it, and it still wouldn't go away until I dug through the registry and deleted every key manually. It's fucking absurd. That was far from the only thing that made me hate Rockstar, but that was a huge nail in the coffin right there. I enjoyed Red Dead Redemption tremendously, and I would have loved to play the sequel, but I can't. I own an Xbox One. Red Dead Redemption 2 is not available for the original Xbox One, so yeah, that's not happening. I have got a PC, and that's it. And they released it for PC, but they want you to just bend over backwards and spread your cheeks for every little bit of information they can squeeze out of you. How about fuck you? How about fuck you? How about that? How about you go fly a kite? I have never despised this crossroads more than anything else on the map, because I like to drive in the center, and these street lights are on the center. Man, it's just like the bridge. It's just like the bridge. Anyway, March Ridge, right up here to the left. Yeah, and I believe you. I do. It's, honestly, nothing against the game. It's probably a great game, and I would probably love to play it if Rockstar was not such a despicable, degenerate horseshit of a company that deserves apocalyptic levels of disdain from everybody around them. They deserve to have Legos in their shoes for the rest of their lives. And I mean, another thing is, like, right, if they had released the game for the original Xbox One somehow, I seriously doubt they would have done that, because they want, Microsoft wants to make sure that everybody's buying the latest console. So Microsoft probably wouldn't have been very happy with them if they did that. But no, if they had released it for the original Xbox One, I don't care if my Xbox has spyware running on it, because my Xbox, I don't fucking do anything else on my Xbox. My Xbox itself is considered to be a piece of spyware on my home network. It gets its own little VLAN, and it goes straight to the open internet. It doesn't touch anything else on the network. Yeah, I don't care about how much spyware is running on something that's literally dedicated to it. But I'm not going to be buying any new consoles ever again, especially not in this economy. I mean, if it was the economy of 6 years ago, I would almost consider it. But now, no. Not even remotely worth it. I've never even been anti-console. I was a proud owner of an Xbox 360 back in the day. I still actually play better on Halo 2 and Halo 3 with a controller instead of mouse and keyboard. even though my initial ingress into Halo was Halo Custom Edition on the PC. There was just enough changes between games for me to feel that it was worth it to relearn how to play Halo 2. No, because I mean that's a lot of effort. That is a lot of effort. I did try it on my old PC. IOMMU wasn't supported on my motherboard, so that was partially ruled out from the outset. And I tried a couple of other things, and I had a bit of an epiphany while I was digging through my motherboard BIOS settings. This is all for a video game. Why am I doing all of this for a fucking video game when there's like 50 other video games that don't require me to do this? And then I stopped, and I haven't looked back. The cat's eyes have served me so well, I forgot to turn my headlights on. I mean, Mudahar talks about that a lot. I do watch his videos on occasion, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea of doing it. I could probably do it a lot better if I was using something other than Windows. But I was born and raised on Windows. I would much sooner just make Windows do what I needed to do than actually do anything else with any other operating system. People sorely underestimate Windows. The only thing that it's not going to be good at is using a virtual machine operator that's not, what's it called? God, I've used it for years and I've already forgotten what it's called. Whatever the fuck it is that Windows uses for their virtual machines. I actually fucking forgot it. Wow. There's one running right around the corner over there. It's running a Red Hat distro. But that's a testament to how well it works when you can just set it and forget it. Takes effort though. Takes effort to get to that point. Linux comes with a set it and forget it mentality out of the box sometimes. I'll never fault it for that. It's a goddamn shame that Terry Davis did not end up becoming a CEO of his own company. We could have a triopoly instead of a duopoly. And Temple OS would be a truly based thing that actually could do everything, as opposed to a few niche tasks that are basically memes. Right on time for bed, though. That's good. Oops. Let's actually close that up. We're definitely living up to my character's name now. Dani the Drifter is drifting between bases a lot now. Don't be fooled by this rain. We will have off and on rain for quite a while now. I believe it's going to culminate in a thunderstorm. Overnight task, I'll drive back to our field base at March Ridge. I'll probably sleep there. Depending on how long this takes. I mean, this is the race car. Maybe I will get there and have enough time to actually come back with the, wait a minute, no. Throwaway vehicle, right. We have that other fire truck that we came down here with the 68 engine quality. We will take that back to March Ridge and leave it there, because I am gambling that I'm going to be able to use the ambulance to tow the step van. I think I can pull it off. For a second, I actually thought that I had a shortcut here that showed the icon, but that was on my old PC. Oh well. It's hardly important. I was supposed to have a VM host running Linux bare metal. I was supposed to have one built. It's actually already built. It's literally fully built. The problem is I got really lazy and I never finished building it. And the hard drives that were supposed to go in it are now receiving the recording of this video you guys are watching right now. Those were supposed to be on a NAS, which was supposed to be running in a virtual machine on that computer. I don't know what it is. I could not bring myself to finish it. Laziness is definitely a part of the equation. PFSense. My firewall is a gaming PC from 2010 that I retrofitted into a soft router with what is it, 2 double gigabit network cards, and then there's a 10 gigabit network card in there, so that it can facilitate direct connections between my main PC here and my secondary PC at a 10G, as opposed to just doing everything gigabit, which would be very slow for huge video transfers. Being able to transfer all these videos at several gigabytes per second is much better. I was considering fiber. There's a file on my desktop right now called Full Fiber Upgrade, and it's been sitting there since February 12th, 2024, because at the time I judged it to be not a good value proposition. All of these links are probably stale now. It was just a bunch of Amazon links to what I would need to build out my... Holy shit, I forgot that I had this. I wanted to replace the Verizon Fios is the network provider that I have. I wanted to replace their ONT, their media converter, with something that didn't even convert it, just pulled their proprietary SFP Plus to a something that regular SFP Plus can use. It drops the POTS is what it does, the telephone, because as a telecom provider they're required to have that. So their fiber optic network uses it pulses some special custom frequency that has the telephone system line in it. Pi-holes still work? I've never tried one. I have regularly seen people in the YouTube comments talking about swearing by them. I mean, yeah, the Brave is kind of like Brave is what you get for your boomers, the boomers in your life who don't have any understanding whatsoever of any of this. Brave is probably the best set it and forget it option, because once again, that fucking streetlight, man. Brave is probably just the best thing that's the lowest effort solution, and that's not a bad thing. There needs to be a low effort solution that works as much as possible. Yeah, if you get a Pi-hole on your network, and she connects her tablet to that network, I think. Don't quote me on this 100% because again, I've only ever heard of it by proxy. I've never used it, but I assume that that's how it works. I don't know if there needs to be any more upstream config from that. I think its presence on the network is sufficient to eat up any traffic that would go out to the data broker degenerates. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Manifest. I don't understand why so many people are still using anything Chrome based after Manifest. I mean, I can understand the people who don't, comprehend the difference, but Manifest is just too low. The Manifest changes are just too low level. They're way too low level. I'm no stranger to fighting against low level problems, being as I'm sitting here using Windows. But that's just a little too low level for me. Maybe if I had used Chrome all my life, I would be more inclined to try. I do understand the feeling of not wanting to switch because you've used something forever and they're still theoretically possible to make it work. But believe it or not, Microsoft is not actually fighting that hard. And Microsoft is not fighting anywhere near as hard as Google when it comes to enshittifying their older products. They are fighting, but that's probably also because they just assume that everybody leaves Windows Update on and just bends over and accepts every single time they want to whimsically shove out the latest slop. Sadly, that's 99.9% of Windows users. It was V3, I believe. Manifest V3, it basically just changed the way add-ons work, among other things. And it made it so that add-ons cannot as effectively intercept network traffic. I'm pleasantly surprised that we were able to do this. I should have known this is my best ambulance. Yeah, it is literally my best ambulance right now. The other one that we picked up is pretty good, but it needs to be retrofitted with a better kit. Well, they more or less succeeded. I mean, anybody who's not... I mean, Brave basically just takes Chromium, forks it, and retrofits a lot of stuff. So Brave is still a pretty decent solution. But UBO was not really able to... I don't really think UBO Lite is actually a workable solution. That's just my opinion. I've never even tried it because, no, I don't touch Chrome anymore. I haven't for many years, but I would never want to because I looked at it and it doesn't look like... Didn't pass the smell test. I do not think YouTube has ever, for longer than a few minutes, YouTube has never actually shown me a visible penalty for UBO. I'm sure it is possible to happen again in the future, but they're going to have to try harder. There's only so much slop code they can push out at once. I don't think they have the best and brightest that they used to have, especially not when it comes to programming YouTube. If Google had good engineers, they're all allocated towards AI right now. There is 0.0 chance they would put their best and brightest on a... I mean, especially because Manifest V3 worked. I mean, I hate to say it, but there was some snide asshole who responded to one of my old comments on Mental Outlaws video, and he was just coming through and gloating like, haha, haha, you were wrong, haha, Google's making more money than ever, haha, haha, haha. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you're technically correct, buddy. Congratulations on being correct about the world getting worse. Good job. Hats off. But yeah, that guy was so snide. He came in and started commenting on one of my videos. He's like, actually, did you know that you were actually agreeing with the other guy? Actually, God, man, some people are fucking insufferable. Zero self-awareness either. Like, I literally told him, I took the bait. I replied to him. I was like, you do realize you're just gloating about the world getting worse, right? And he just fucking ignored that. He was just like, you're actually agreeing with me. Oh my God, you're agreeing. Like, yeah, you know what? Yeah. See, at the time when I made that comment, we're talking like 2 years ago, I just assumed that, Google was scraping through the couch cushions when it came to blocking ad blockers. That was my assumption. Unfortunately, I underestimated. And again, this guy was like, it's just YouTube blocking ad blockers. That was his argument. And that is still, in my opinion, that's still wrong because the amount of money that Google is making doesn't have anything to do with YouTube blocking ad blockers. It has to do with Google changing Manifest V3. And if you want to say that that's arguing semantics, sure. Yeah, that's arguing semantics. YouTube and Google might as well be the same entity. But if you want your technically correct, then yeah, it was Google and Manifest V3 that resulted in most ad blockers just suddenly not working. Yeah, I know. The people just unironically glaze big corporate, especially because this guy was also like, I'm a former Google engineer, man. I'm a former, and he like had this. The only video on his channel was him, like this highly censored video of him walking into a Google building. And I'm like, okay, so you're a former Google engineer, and you're still getting down on your knees and giving them some sloppies. That's okay, buddy. Okay. If I didn't work for my current client anymore, I wouldn't be getting down on my knees, and well, I already don't do that, but if I did, I sure as hell would not be doing it anymore after working for them. NDAs are a thing. I wouldn't talk shit, but I mean, yeah, no, that's I don't get it, man. I don't get it. The corporation doesn't even know who you are. Alright, it's 5 a.m., second bedtime. Finish off this stir fry. We'll make another one tomorrow morning. We might have water stuck on the floor. And the music died. So I'm probably going to close and reopen the game. But I do have to step away briefly IRL. So I will have her chill at the salon for a moment. And I will be right back. And we'll get the game restarted. And we will begin the great migration of assets from Rosewood up to Phallus Lake. Shouldn't be anywhere near as punishing as the other trips. Just up the road. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So we are just going to fix the broken music and the water stuck on the floor at the same time by closing and reopening the game. I got mine as well. This chair that you guys are seeing right now, this lazy boy. My grandpa My grandpa, when the house was sold that they were living at, yeah, I was able to save that from the pawn shop dump. It's probably hard to find one in good condition. This one was only a couple years old. I imagine that if something makes its way to a pawn shop, it's probably going to be a little bit older, generally. Plus all the usual considerations with upholstery. Unfortunately, nothing about restarting the game does anything about the fog. I wish it did. Oops, I almost added that. Still weight gain, 80 kilo. Alright, so, this might seem a little counterintuitive, but I'm actually going to start by taking the race car and ferrying the most important vehicles back and forth. The problem is I don't have any more throwaway vehicles. I literally have no throwaway vehicles left at Phallus Lake. And that's probably my biggest mistake. Basing in Phallus Lake has left me with no throwaway vehicles literally left in the town. The town only spawned like half a dozen vehicles total. So that is something that I would never do again. I would never base in Phallus Lake again for that particular reason. I need throwaway vehicles to utilize, and almost any starter town will give you plenty. Literally any starter town will give you more than enough. But that is the weakness of Phallus Lake right there. Yeah, those import taxes are going to kill you. I don't suppose there's any locally made products that are really high quality recliners. I want to say there's probably somebody locally who would who makes them, but advertising and cutting through all the bullshit is probably a difficult thing. I mean, I always think about when it came to building this battle station here. Which is literally all it really is just a series of posts that I can mount the keyboard tray and this mouse pad on at the correct height. And it's got an overhang above it that I can mount ceiling monitor mounts from. That's all it is. If you want something purpose-built like that, though, you're paying thousands of US dollars for it. And that made no sense to me. I took one look at that, I was like, fuck you. Fuck you, I'll use some 2x4s screwed together with some lumber ties, and then I'll use C-clamps to mount these trays at the correct height. I'm paying $1,000 fucking bucks for that. Fuck you. I don't. It would be a little bit more difficult to do that with a recliner though, because recliners are a bit specific. It's your sweet ass. I would look into it though. I would absolutely look into it before spending thousands of dollars. Don't trust the brands. Yeah, that's whenever a bad brand gets their hooks in something, you question everything. Alright, so I'm just about done with this thing. Every fucking time I come on this road, it's back in the center of the road. You're not escaping me this time. It was probably the last of its pack, too. Look at all the bones on the floor. Yeah, that's right. The last survivor of its pack. Good riddance. Stop spawning in the middle of the road, maybe I won't do this to you. I didn't do that, you did. I mean, you know, you don't even have to do it with your own hands. You could run into them, and then you would just not get as much butchering experience from it. I prefer to not take the damage to my vehicle and kill them by hand, and then actually get butchering experience and materials from it. The nerfs to roadkill have literally incentivized direct violence against animals to keep your roads clear. I don't like it. I'm not actually a big fan of having to get out and kill animals, but that's the game I'm playing right now. It is quite literally the safest thing to do, to make sure that my road is not full of things that are going to send me flipping off into oblivion if I'm going too fast. Maybe I actually should reassemble one of those cars over there. I mean, they're not exactly full of good parts. And of course there is that busted D6 back there. There's a few... These trucks over here I'm actually using as vehicle part storage. So the ambulances need to have their everything swapped. Maybe not quite everything, but most things. I'll do that later. For now, it's just up here out of the way. I like how I'm coming home with another Smart Cut Taylor truck. That's actually kind of funny. I didn't really think about that until now. I was like, wait a minute, am I having deja vu? No. There's two of them. At the very least, if I do it this way, the trips back and forth are much faster. Ooh. Not a day goes by where I don't wish I could just pick up a controller and use that to steer with. That would make micro adjustments so much better. What's that? Did you just say that I shouldn't be driving at 120 miles an hour on a backcountry road? You're technically correct. The best kind of correct. I'm going to do it anyway, though, because I know how to make it work for the most part. This could be my confidence speaking. In this case, confidence is not a slow and insidious killer. It's potentially an instantaneous and painless killer, because I won't feel a thing. If I crash at 120 miles per hour in a head-on collision, I will, my character's just going to die. She's going to be dead. This is also Dani the Drifter, though. She drifts. She does the Tokyo drift. She knows what she's doing. Well, that's the worst thing, Mario, is that there are other families. We chased 2 of them off of the road. For some reason, they have stayed off the road, while the other one just... I mean, there's nowhere... Part of the problem was where that other one was. That and its family, they spawned on a segment of road where there's fences, like this one right here, on both sides. So they never had anywhere to escape. So, again, I didn't do that. The game did. I was quite merciful to them for a while. But, yeah, even I have my limits when it comes to patience. I have a very high tolerance for bullshit. I'm going to make sure that all these vehicles are full if I'm going to bring them back to Phallus Lake. Yeah. At least the fog is lifting. Now this actually, race car with step van is actually a bit of a dangerous pull, because we can actually reach speeds that would make towing an extremely dangerous thing. So this is probably where I'm going to be setting my speed limit to like 70 or something. Probably 65, I don't know. A little higher than 45, but yeah, we don't want it to go too much faster because it can. And if it does, the fishtailing starts. And I do not want fishtailing. That is how you flip yourself. At the very least, we have plenty of pretty scenery to look at while we do this. Yeah, the other families of rabbits left in the general that way direction. And yet, that would be probably the 3rd time they have done so. So the fact that it keeps happening is just a very poignant reminder that they will always come back to the street. Why? I don't know. I feel like there's probably some sort of magnetic off-map movement thing that's applying to zombies and animals. Because that would explain 100% why a lot of zombies in other places that initially spawned very far from the road just always seem to make their way to the road eventually. Hey, Luchador. We are currently, update for anybody joining, we're currently at, we're in a logistical phase. We're pulling everything that we've stashed at everything we stashed at Rosewood back to Phallus Lake. I just mentioned, I am very sorely regretting basing at Phallus Lake for just one reason. There's just not enough vehicles that spawn there to use as throwaway vehicles. If I could use throwaway vehicles, I could cut down on the total number of trips I have to do by an order of magnitude. But even with the race car, I have to go back and forth a lot. And that is adding more time to the overall everything. So even though Phallus Lake is great for being centralized, its location is still fantastic. But the assets available at that location, I have sorely underestimated how much I would miss the fact that all starter towns are just loaded with cars. If I had started in Riverside, I based in Riverside, I'd have to go back there. I would always be able to just go down the road and have a throwaway vehicle that I could use to go back and forth with. Maybe. I also think it might just be an oversight. There are a lot of things that apply to both animals and zombies that I feel like shouldn't. And that's just a feeling on my part. If you're not familiar with the class structure in the game, animals are actually an extension of the player class, and all NPCs of the all things that extend from the player class are extended from the zombie class. So it's interesting how the hierarchy comes into play, and it makes me feel like if there were NPCs in real life, or I'm sorry, like actual player NPCs is what I meant, human NPCs rather, they would actually be migrating towards the road as well. that also makes me wonder. I've heard of people complaining about NPCs from mods moving in and just walking in the middle of the road. Wonder if that's why. I could be wrong, but that would make me laugh really hard if that was the reason why. Same reason we're complaining about animals would be the same reason people were complaining about their week 1 NPCs in the middle of the road. And the rabbit we just picked up, we can toss that into the freezer. Except the freezer is now full, because of course it is. Yeah, I would absolutely do that. Echo Creek is just slightly probably big enough for, and you know, I might have just gotten unlucky when it comes to vehicles in Phallus Lake. We never got like hardly anything in the parking lot up there, for example. That was definitely a loss. It was one of the biggest parking lots in Phallus Lake right there. Now, I have an idea for my Brandenburg expedition. Out at Brandenburg right now, there is one of those Fossoil trucks, a D6 with a light bar. I remember the engine quality being pretty good. And it's kind of just parked on the side of the road waiting for me to go get it for local use. What I might do is just take my main ambulance to Phallus Lake. I'm sorry, from Phallus Lake to Brandenburg when the time comes. And then I will see if I can't tow the D6 with the ambulance. That might be a bit of a tall order. If I can't, then I'll just locally source a step van, fill it up with loot, and leave the D6 there. The D6 would be my local use bombing vehicle in that case. Now, some of these things are perfectly fine to be left behind. McCoy logging, the Corvette, and the Meade County Sheriff, it's okay to leave them behind for now. But this is my primary bombing truck at the moment. Smart Cut is full of loot. Obviously, the race car needs to come back, and as a bit of a lower priority. The fire and rescue here is pretty much full of some RTB as well. So, yeah. We don't have to take back everything in the lot, but at least, let's see, that's going to be two more trips, and then I'm going to source a throwaway vehicle somewhere to come back and then grab we'll tow this with that. So, 2 more trips like this one, or just 1 more trip after this one like this, and then with a throwaway. See, it sucks. I got 2 throwaways right there. It's just, they need to be up at Phallus Lake, not here. I might actually use that white D6. There's a white D6 that's actually a fucking wreck. I might allocate just a few engine parts to get it fixed up so that it won't randomly die on me. And then just put some trash parts on it. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. They were getting a little closer to the road. Fucking things. If I had gone to sleep and slept overnight and then started this journey tomorrow morning, they probably would have made it all the way to the road. Why? Yeah, that's the real question, isn't it? Whenever I think about wild animals, I think about resources that they're after. Food, burrow grounds for physical safety. Nothing about that tells me they should go towards an asphalt road. Ever. But, crossing the road, I understand completely. Deer do that all the time, and that's why they get hit. Great sword damage. A lot of those herbs have reached the next phase of growth, so it won't be long before I can start composting them. Alright, last back and forth with this race car, so when I get down there, we'll also fill it up. Fill up the gas tank. And then we'll be taking the full driver with the light bar. That joke actually went right over my head. You know what didn't go right over my head? Whatever the fuck that was. I'm not even going to preserve the meat of this thing. I will leave the hide and bones of your kin as a warning to others. Why is there an egg on the floor right here? What the fuck is going on with that? What the actual literal fuck? I'm actually genuinely curious about that. I wonder if that means there's chickens nearby. Trailer park up here. Possibly there's a source of seeds in here. I'm gonna hit this place. Yeah, I could use some combat, honestly. I need some combat in my life right now, just a little bit. Whatever this place is, I'm taking it. These weapons are burning a hole in my bags. Oh, look at that. Y'all gonna make me pull out my 9, are you? Okay. Do it. You know, I heard somebody slapping something up here. We're really slow to react, Grandma. Zacto, catch you later. Do good in math. So just to clarify why I came up here, it wasn't any one particular thing. It was curiosity because of the egg. That was the primer. But if anybody was not here earlier, I'm on the hunt for rose and lavender seeds. And I did some research, found the only places you can find them are gardening vehicles, gardening baskets, or gardening related toolboxes. And there are no gardening vehicles here, most likely, but we may have a good chance at gardening baskets. Look at that, there's a pouch right there. I do not think pouches were a possibility. I'll take them, but I don't think that was ever a possibility. These are absurdly easy to move around, so I'm stealing it. I can't wait until that gets nerfed. Actually, I can. Please take your time, Andy Stone. Don't know if I've ever seen one of these before. This is a old axe. I've seen them before, but I'm talking about loot wise. Don't know if I've ever seen one of them spawn in as loot before. That's actually the kind of axe that you can make, and I don't usually use them, even though I'm technically capable of making them. I don't usually use them because the swing radius has always felt wrong to me. If you look at it visually, it actually probably looks like it's a little bit longer than the firefighter axe, but it's not. There have been times where I have watched the head of this thing just whoosh right through a zombie. In fact, I think we can do a direct comparison here. We found one of each. Look at the size difference. Look at that size difference, and then realize that their actual attack radius is the same. It's a rather significant oversight, if you do ask me, but, yeah. That's one of the reasons I never made one of those, otherwise I would have pointed that out sometime in the past. Yeah, and that always, I don't like that. Me no like. I hear you out there. You're not fooling me. Bring your little bitch and bitch ass in here. Bite me like a zomboid. So nobody here has any gardening baskets, it seems. I mean, the loot tables in these places might as well have just been the same as what I've seen in every single farming and rural supply store that I've ever visited. I swear I heard somebody back here. I don't know why I get this sinking suspicion there's one in here. Okay, there's not. There doesn't have to be. Oh, look, more seeds that are everything except what I need. I don't know what I was expecting. I feel like I have seen gardening baskets on these shelves before. But obviously not this time. Okay. on one of those stragglers there, hiding in the trees. Oh, nice little diversion. Never did find anything that could have left one of those eggs there. And that just... One of these days I'll have safe roads. And it will probably happen right as I'm done basing in Phallus Lake and ready to move in the direction of Valley Station in Louisville. I'm gonna go on this road again, and they're gonna be back right where they, right where I just killed their kin. They're just gonna be right back there. And when I continue killing them, it's not gonna be my fault, because that is gonna be the most sensible thing to do, to ensure that I do not accidentally run into one of them at 60 miles an hour and get flipped off of the road. Never had it happen, but it can, and I'd prefer it not. Alright, now the McCoy Logging and Corvette and Meade County will stay here for an unknown amount of time. Possibly not permanently, but I'm definitely done with back and forth after we get the second race car with the second step down there. Once all that's home, I'm done with the back and forth. Telling me that I never put anything in the tank here? Really? Would I really do that? Really? Right in front of my vehicles? Or was it the battery? It was both. Well, I guess this thing has a shitty battery anyway. And I know for a fact that we have more batteries back at base, so that thing doesn't need it right now. hell happened to the key? I just had it. Y'all literally saw me stick it in there. Did it just dematerialize? Oh, I wonder. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. Observe. I'm going to take the battery back out. So there's no battery in it at all. Okay, nothing happens. I'm going to put a battery with 0 charge in it. I think I've identified an interesting bug here. Yeah, look at this. Where's this key coming from? Why is there a key showing up in the ignition right now? It's materializing out of nowhere because I have a battery with 0 charge in it. And only because of that. If I actually put a battery in there, suddenly I have no key for vehicle found. What? Whatever. I'm not that mad about it. It's a silly little glitch. It's a visual bug at most. I actually want that light on whenever the generator here is running. Alright, so tomorrow morning, we are going to fix up one of those throwaways. There will be some sort of throwaway in Phallus Lake that... Well, there's a couple I disassembled for parts. We're going to have to put one of those back together. I am not doing 2 more back and forths like this. I will do 1 more back and forth with a throwaway so that I can pick up the race car and the step van in front of it. And then, at that point, we will have everything from the entire left side of the map centralized in Phallus Lake, just as I dreamed. Now there's some real drifting. Living up to our character's name. Hey, Lewis. Yep, we have already got a couple of rows planted and fertilized and whatnot. And we'll probably do a little bit more. It's not like we ever found any of the seeds that I really wanted to find, but that's okay. We'll make do. I just won't have any flowers for my coffee. And worse things have happened, I suppose. I finished off my food earlier too, so we'll have to cook when I get back, or maybe just have some chips. We are still in rapid weight gain at 81 kilo. Alrighty. By your powers combined, seeds plus seeds. We have so many thousands upon thousands of seeds in here. Not a single one of them is a flower seed. Okay, sunflower seeds. But no roses or lavenders anywhere. Ever. Whatever. I'm mad about it, but not that mad about it. Okay, I'm going to try the thing. I'm going to laugh so hard if the rabbit's already dead. So I just made a animal's milk feeding bottle. So, theoretically, I should be able to now, able to feed the, baby rabbits that were starving out here. Log gates. Don't count as inside, huh? Godspeed. I hope it's just the gates. I hope it's not something else weird. I can actually feed them now. Holy shit. Okay, so it is possible. This stupid thing that won't eat grass like every other rabbit on the planet. What? Hang on, do I need to... Okay, I had the feeding bottle in my backpack. I took it out of my backpack, and there it is. The rabbit has been fed. I knew it was possible, I just didn't have the assets to try, and now I do. Y'all better actually grow up and have babies, because otherwise I'm going to be very upset at you. They barely drank anything, too. Well, I'll leave it here in the duffel bag with everything else. Yeah, I know, right? I do believe our crops out here are all ready for another round of fertilizer. Except, of course, the rosemary. The rosemary takes an entire year to grow, or the better part of a year. And, oh, look, there's always the little bastard. There's always the one little bastard who just doesn't feel like growing up alongside everybody else. Little bastard. It's only got hours left. Whatever. I'll go sleep, and maybe tomorrow morning I'll be ready. I'm mad about it. I was ready to do some composting. I should have left those shears out there. What's wrong with me? Let me put those in the, this thing here. Hey, Command, how's it going? Bunch more rabbit hides ready for processing. Spend the rest of the evening getting some compost out of these bins out here. Actually finishing off some of these compost bins here. And these, of course, are all in addition to the sacks we already have in the Spiffa van. So we've got plenty. Perhaps a metric lot, as it were. Well, that's the thing, KTO. I don't really need any more rabbit anything right now. The amount of stuff I can do with small leather has been thoroughly exhausted. It's medium and large that I'm curious about now. And let's see how that's going, actually. It's not. That's how it's going. Fuck all is how it's going. Typical. I mean, of course, I'm not babysitting the fires. So, of course, almost no fucking progress is being made. They've been in here for over a month, by the way. Well over a month now. All right, no more oddballs out of season here. Everybody over here, except for the carrots, I believe. Carrots are composted, but everybody else here is ready for some composting. So that is 5, 10. How about the potatoes? 15, then 20 if so. Yes, the potatoes are ready, so that's 20 bags of compost are going to be required. Oops, I was supposed to put that in the fridge. It's rabbit meat. I've got a ton of it, and I'm already cooking level 10. Shit. I need to move my jars and jar lids somewhere else. That's something I can do. Otherwise, this cooking and or water container bin is getting really full. Just gonna get like a duffel bag or something for all of my jarred food projects here. How about a hiking backpack? So it's going to be all the vinegar that I've picked up so far, and all the jars and all the jar lids. And some salt, because salt is also a requirement. You can use salt or sea salt. Never thought I'd be starting to run low on floor space, but...
Hey!
Oops, wrong button. Oh no, I accidentally pressed Q. I guess that means 500 zombies are going to come kill me, right? Ah. Okay, in our current order of operations, we are composting first, and then we're going to go pick up the car. I just wanted to empty all of my bags. So I can fit 14 compost bags in my backpacks here. And then here's 15, 16. I will need to go get 4 more once I've emptied a few here. That should have used up 5. Which means 20 minus 5 is 15, so that means 14 across the 2 bags and then 15 in my main hand. That is all I need for this entire run. Just double checking this. Yes. This is a little bit awkward because I put the rosemary in between these two. I actually kind of forgot that the rosemary is one of those crops that just takes forever to grow. By comparison, everything else is a lot more reasonable. Beautiful. I believe I've been informed reliably that fertilizer doesn't do that much other than increase health, but just in case it actually does something to speed, like the tooltip says it's supposed to, I would like to see if I can boost this rosemary. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. Used up a couple bags in the process because there were several leftovers here. Two, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 8 to a bag, so don't use more than once. Are you sure it's not once per growth cycle? I cannot remember if I've ever... I feel like I've done it, or, I'm sorry, per growth phase is what I meant. Oh, man. Stand by, I've got something coming in on my work line. I'll be right back, just a moment. Okay, this is going to take a minute. Sorry about this, folks. Give me just a moment here. Let me see if there are any books I can have her read really quick. I think we got to the next phase of... We can read napping. I'm going to have her read napping really quick while I handle something. I'm not 100% sure how long it will take, but at least it is something semi-relevant. Well, so that's a bit of a strong statement. It's useful. Alright, so I'll be right back, folks. I'm still here, technically, but we'll have to focus on something here for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that did the trick. I'm going to have to wait to hear back in about 15 or 20 minutes, but otherwise, we should be done with that. Sorry about that, folks. Had to help out somebody with something very interesting at work. Very interesting. Oh, yeah. Hey, glad to see you joining us. You actually joined us right as I had to tab out there for a minute, but yeah, we're getting back to it now. So, currently, we've completed our composting of the crops, and now I'm going to fill these sacks back up with compost. We got 20 sacks here, and we're going to get the compost from... Well, we'll empty everything else out over here. I was trying to empty everything here. And then I wanted to move these compost bins closer to where all the poo is, where the animals are. We'll leave like one or two here, maybe. Alright, so we got one full bag from that. Now my compost carrier is supposed to be the Spiffo van. We've got more bags than are going to fit, but that's okay. Yeah, AO, and that's a strange thing, isn't it? Because the whatchamacallit, YouTube's algorithm is a little bit of a fickle beast, and sometimes there are things that I can do on my end that will make it recommend me a lot more reliably. And one of those things is starting at the correct time, if that makes sense. Today I had a late start, so that could be the reason why. For some reason, YouTube really, really likes to promote me if I start before 8 a.m. local time for me. So that's 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If I start later, like I did today, I started just before 10 a.m. I have noticed my concurrents have been significantly lower than normal, and that's possibly because YouTube just doesn't want to recommend me right now. That is a very possible thing. I wish I understood why that was the case. I don't. not in the slightest, but that is, I believe, what we're working with here. I should have parked this so that the trunk is facing the bins here. I'm also going to move some of the compost out of the trunk and onto the seats here. So now all I do is just pull the compost out into a bag and then use my hotkey to drop whatever's in my primary hand. And then we'll just load everything directly into the trunk. At least everything that can fit. I do regret not building my there's no need to regret that. I can just fix it myself. I need carpentry experience anyway. So I was gonna say that I regret not putting a double gate around my where I've got the crops planted. But we can fix that. And in fact we should, because we're still in need of some good carpentry experience here. There's no way I'll fit all those. Yeah, there's a few left. That's fine. So this Spiffo van is now like basically 100% full of nothing but compost. And there's still more compost I could be getting. So if anybody's curious why I'm not always constantly picking up the animal poo and shoving it into compost bins, well, it's because we've hit peak compost, and even though I'm finally using it, we are still at peak compost. But at least I've emptied a few of the bins here, so I can start putting poo back into the bins. But the days of me carrying the poo all the way across the map, no, I'm not doing that anymore. So, what I was talking about just now, let's see if we can get ourselves a entrance built here so that I can drive in and out of the the frickin' crop area here. Get some decorations on one, move out of the way. Now I have an idea for this. Yeah, I'll just offset the flag, I guess. Alright, so now we need 8 planks total. There's 4, so we'll go get another 4 planks. Then we get some nails, and then we need 4 hinges and 2 knobs. Bunch of nails here. 4 planks. 2 knobs here. I'm gonna have to make the hinges myself. As a blacksmith, I can do that. We may be unhinged right now, but we are about to be hinged. We're about to be very hinged. I believe I can use... Oh, I ran out of, yeah, ran out of that again. Let's get some more charcoal here. So we have 4 hinges, and now 2 knobs, and that should be enough to go make ourselves a double gate out here. $13 carpentry experience for that. Absolute dog water. Now you can drive over your crops. Do not allow yourself to do that. I'm going to stick very close to the center here. And now I have much easier access to my compost. So about these bins, I'm going to leave one so that I can put the crappy eggs. I'll leave one here, but otherwise the rest of them. Forgot that I left some compost in some of these. I don't care. We are still in weight gain at 83 kilo. I definitely need to ease up on eating anything here. I did no reason to put these anywhere but right over here, I guess. Right up here in the lineup. Something that I've been putting off, but must be done at some point here. Well, first I gotta eat, but then we've got loot to sort. Lots of it. So both of these vehicles here are just loaded up with loot. And I do still have one more trip to do to go pick up more loot, but let's see if we can't get some progress on emptying one of these. Oh, what? I could have swore I had this one loaded up way more than this. Okay, it's got a couple of generators and some lights in it. I can use the lights. The generators are a long-term investment for a future basis. The lights, I would like to deploy them in the front lot. But that's a pleasant surprise that I didn't have quite as much. What about the seats? Nope, this is now completely empty, and that's really good because I need to establish a new ammo van. The Kentucky Herald here is now one of my many ammo vans. This whole lineup here is nothing but ammo vans. I am going to get started with that as soon as I get asleep here, so it's my bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and park it there. Then we're going to empty the wood. Don't read too deeply into that sentence. So this right here is Ying's Wood, a March Bridge venture, and it is currently being one of my ammo containers because I did not have another step van. I now have another step van, and that step van is now another one of my ammo containers. Ying's Wood is now just a parts carrier for vehicular parts. because this thing has a 100 engine quality on it. How about Ying's Wood becomes my engine parts carrier? We've got 1 billion engine parts on the floor right here. Let's put them into Ying's Wood. Need engine parts? Go to Ying's Wood. Alright, now the remaining space in this step van here, that is our new ammo carrier, shall go towards emptying what's currently in the trailer over there. This trailer that is parked in the sand lot here. Trunk is now a perfect fit. Got a little bit of extra to put on the driver's seat. Gets 5. Give me annual control. Passenger seat gets 20 plus 6, and then glove gets 12. Almost a perfect fit. Literally 1 encumbrance left in the entire vehicle without making it undrivable. I now have 5 step vans completely filled to the brim with nothing but ammunition cartons. You're right, KTO, but also it's not big enough. Ying's Wood is too small. Too bad for Ying. You know what, actually, this, the black one here has, yeah, it's got plenty of room still. There's a few cartons in here, and those need to go into the next step van we have allocated for cartons. Meanwhile, all of the loose ammo goes in here. That's a good question. I'm sure it'll come someday. So we successfully got rid of one of the vehicles. Next, we've got another one tomorrow morning. I'm going to go ahead and just have a bite to eat, then get to sleep. It would be very interesting to audit myself on ammo, but not just yet. My triple weight gain strategy has resulted in me going from 67 kilo to now 84 kilo, and I'm still gaining weight. I actually probably should go out and just start fighting some zombies somewhere, just so that just so I start burning calories, because otherwise I will start rapidly gaining, or I'm sorry, I will go over the threshold. Hey, there's some rain. Wow, I don't really need to leave anything else here. These 7 sacks of sand I will leave here because I'm in the midst of doing a little bit of glass making, and we can actually make good use of stacks of sand to get more glass now that we've used up all the broken glass that we've been using. Everything else is either small form ammo or car parts, I suppose, except for this garbage bag here, which yeah. Shit. Okay. All the front is emptied. I can probably assemble some cartons. Yeah, carton of shotgun coming right up. Except, no, because I can't. I literally do not have the ability to carry 12 boxes of shotgun right now. Let's try that one more time. There we go. Carton of 9mm coming right up. And that's it for the cartons. All loose boxes can into the trunk now. I'm going to go ahead and straight up open 2 boxes of 357 because our bandolier is empty, and let's fix that. Otherwise, everything left is either gravel, which I want to use right here, actually. So I can just pull that out, and everything else now is vehicle parts, particularly sports vehicle parts. There's some engine parts that are going into Ying's Wood here. And everything else is sports vehicle that goes into State Trooper. And with that, whatchamacallit, fire rescue here is completely empty. Not for long, because it's basically just replaced one of the other ones here. This trailer is now completely empty. And no more vehicles waiting to be unloaded yet. Big yet, because of course we do have another shipment to bring back. What I wanted to do was pick up the sand here and replace it with gravel. There's 2 bags. There's 3 bags. There's 4 bags. And that's it. We're out of, we only had 4 bags of gravel over here, I believe. Oh no, we had 6. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, sacks of sand go up here with the others. And now we get that gravel put down. Long, long overdue. I just kind of used it. So I used sand there because I was thinking about doing a parking spot, but no, I need that spot drivable. This is the thunderstorm, I believe. We had some rain over the past couple days that I thought might have been part of the storm, and then I forgot about it. This is the actual thunderstorm. Brought home some buckets as loot. Those can go out here to get filled up with all this rain, along with all the others, because someday we'll not have rain and we'll wish we did, and that's where the buckets come in. I picked up something that I probably will never be able to find a good niche use for, but I'm going to put it here anyway. We went to the drive-in movie theater and we picked up a projector. I would really find it cool if we could actually put tapes in it, but we can't. It's just a decoration. And I think this lamp I picked up can also go out here. I would like to be able to work in any part of my fields at night if I must. And we can use the puddles to fill up a backpack sprayer that I also brought home with me. And put it over here with the other. Backpack sprayers are just 16-liter liquid containers is all they are. Maybe someday we'll be able to turn them into flamethrowers. Today is not that day. Yeah, that's spooky. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. But what that means is that certain movies in the game that are also available on VHS should also just appear as film reels. Because there's no way the devs are going to give us something that cool and never let us do anything with it. That's just mean. There's almost nothing in this container except for attachments, and it's almost full. Look at that. We stopped gaining weight right at 84 kilo. That was amazingly well timed. I didn't even really do that intentionally. But, yeah, I'm here for it. All we've been doing ever since our initial calorie, carb, and fat bomb, we got ourselves basically to peak values for each, and then we just stopped consuming anything of the sort. And now we've fallen below the calorie threshold, so we will not be gaining any more weight anytime soon, as long as we do not eat anything substantive. Probably should have this parked closer, but my this is my Horde truck up here, and it's also got my empty M9 magazine bag. Okay, so we've got a couple of crafted triggers. I think we found both of those. So when we go make a couple more pipe bombs, we've already got triggers that can turn them into remote pipe bombs. That's cool. But yeah, this truck should be parked closer. This is one of my most actively used vehicles, or at least it should be, theoretically. This is one of the ones that has the good shit in it. The really good shit. How about right here? Well, the screen is just a white wall. I mean, we've got speakers. Speakers do exist. I'm literally using them as decorations here. But we're already getting very far afield of what is already possible. This right here, this bass dot speaker, it's just, I don't even know if you can. No, so like the tooltip says it's used in improvised offensive devices, but there is literally nothing you can do with it in the crafting menu right now. All you can do is disassemble it, which is stupid. I would never disassemble something this rare. I can't tell you where to find these exactly. Let me check on the leather, see if there's any progress. We might be getting close. Quote-unquote close. I'll load up what wood we have left in here into the campfire and light it up and see if that puts it over the edge tonight. Oops. Less than 1,000 carpentry experience is needed. There's a small part of me that wants to just go building some floors until I make it happen. I'm gonna go build some floors until I make it happen. I don't care anymore. I just need carpentry. I need carpentry done already. I'm so sick of having 7.5% chance to break shit. And I don't care that it's gonna cost a lot of floors to get this finished. I hate that they felt the need to nerf this. I really hate that they felt the need to nerf this. But that's the devs of this game. We were leveling carpentry too fast by building floors, so they made it so we don't get experience very much by building floors now. Yeah, that got us about halfway there. Alright, so I only have about an hour left. I do have to head out a little early today. I would rather... I mean, if there was a way to, like, stop streaming for an hour and a half and then come back, I would. But YouTube would like, kill me in the recommendations. I would never... Nobody would ever see it if I, left and came back. Like, literally nobody. I'm already kind of gimped today. In terms of YouTube recommending my stream to people. If I were to stop and then start a new one later tonight for a couple more hours, YouTube wouldn't recommend it to anybody. The only people who would see it are the people who either check me manually or the people who watch things after the fact. Shout out to you guys, I appreciate you, but I am actually trying to plan things so that I work within YouTube's algorithm wherever I can. And that's definitely that's just not going to happen. So I don't mind planning my life around that every once in a while. What that means is I'm going to focus my efforts currently on going to acquire the last two vehicles that are down in Rosewood, and then getting them empty and getting everything here sorted. While the rain is falling, I feel like I should finish planting anything else that is a April crop. I don't know how many more there were actually that interested me. So, go to my character tab, info and recipes. Comfrey is something that I could plant that I don't think I did. Poppies. Sure. I got 5 seeds for them. I'll plant them. Soybeans, that's something I would plant if I could, but I don't think I can. That's another thing that I feel like for some godforsaken reason, despite all these literal billions of seeds I've picked up, I don't think I ever got any soybean. Nope. In the S's, we got spinach, strawberry, sugar beet, sunflower, sweet potato, and no fucking soybean in there. Holy shit, I was supposed to plant strawberries in March? Fuck. Well, no strawberries then. Strawberries are hard to use, to be honest. They are hard to use. I can make uses of them. It's just that everything that I want to put them in generally is going to be something that requires effort to cook. It's not like potatoes. Potatoes I can stick in almost anything, and it doesn't matter what it is. It will add chunk to it. That's why I have 3 rows of potatoes out there. Also, their shelf life is amazing. I mean, I'm looking at this, and then, of course, immediately as I look at this, the storm is over, the rain is done. Zucchini is an option. I have never been impressed with cucumbers or zucchini in this game. Their shelf life is thoroughly mid. Oh, pumpkins. Shit, I didn't realize it's an April crop. Fuck. Okay, pumpkins are actually pretty good. They're not that good, though. Like, I was able to make the use of them, but they were also pretty chunky. Like, they took up a lot of space compared to what they ended up being useful for. I am going to go ahead and do one more row. Maybe two. And that's because I did find some more black sage. An odd number, to say the least. So that's unusual. Let me double check and see what I did plant, because I don't think broadleaf plantains are for... I'm pretty sure you can add them to multiple things. Black sage... I don't know if you can get something special in your coffee for that. The black sage that I did have, did I just throw it into the freezer? If I did, it would probably be the other freezer. Which is right here. Yes, I did. Okay. I need to know if I can do anything with this, so I'm going to thaw it. I know I can do lots of stuff with ginseng and lemongrass. Lemongrass is one of those things that doesn't have a good month. You can just plant it whenever. So I'm going to wait until there's more room in the crop lots. I can add black sage to it. Let's see what it does. Right now the coffee reduces only fatigue, thirst, boredom, and unhappiness. So if I add black sage to it... Fuck. I was really hoping black sage would give it some, like some, stress relief or something like that, but no. Unfortunately. Plantain is for a poultice, I think. And I'm going to need to go check and see if I swear I planted comfrey already. Let me double check. There's an entire row of mint, cilantro, basil, parsley, comfrey. Yeah, I got comfrey right here. Comfrey, poultice. That's a first aid thing you can make it with. Common mallow, that's the other medicinal related herb that I planted. Oregano, thyme, sage. And then over here, of course, chamomile and marigold. Chamomile probably more useful than marigold. Ooh, lemongrass. I can just plant that whenever, so I'll go ahead and do a row of that. Lemongrass is one of those things that can be harvested repeatedly. Alright, so that's 2 more rows worth, and I'm going to do rows outside here. Did I cancel that? I did. Alright, that's the last of the April planting. And right around time for bed. Audio's cutting out. I want to confirm, I'm pretty sure all of these... Huh. This one I did not scrap its engine. So I could actually just put some suspensions and tires on this thing. And... yeah. What did I leave in the trunk? Nothing. This is literally just a throwaway vehicle. Okay, cool. We just need some brakes and sus. I've never driven a vehicle with literally no good suspensions on it, but I'm about to find out what that feels like. I'm going for bare minimum drivability here. It's, like I said, it's a throwaway vehicle meant to get some shit off of my lot here and help me go pick up some more stuff. this trash on the floor right here. I like the rocking back and forth. That's definitely a figment of it being bad suspensions. If it seems like I'm using this vehicle as a trash can, yes, absolutely. 100%. Throwaway vehicle is a go. Let me also take off. I think the windshield was pretty good too. There's no need to be leaving good glass work on something that's going to get left behind. We already don't intend on getting close to any zombies in this thing. If I see a single thing even close to a zombie, the first thing I do is immediately get the fuck out. Because there ain't no protection levels right now. Don't need any. Just don't crash and don't run into any zombies. Sometimes that's a tall order. This time I think we're going to be alright. At least that's what I want to say. I'm not going to exceed 60. If anybody wasn't here earlier, the purpose of this is to just get down the road so that we have a tow job waiting for us at our destination in Rosewood. We leave this behind, get out, get in the other race car, use that to tow back a step van full of loot. Once I get that loot sorted, well, I don't know if I have time to get it all sorted. I'll see if I can get some of it sorted, but I do have to leave around 3. I've got something I got to handle this afternoon. Can't wait too much longer into the afternoon because gotta do it then. Probably would be better to go now, but I'm okay with letting it wait until 3 at least. It's one of those things where I got to catch some office workers before the end of their shift, and yeah, it's always easier in the afternoon right after lunch if you have the choice. That's usually some of the best times to catch them, sometimes. I mean, I already feel like I'm driving around a dune buggy or something. Without a roof, that would just make it even better. That's funny. That's funny. I'm not interested in speed testing this bad boy. This thing is truly a bad boy. It is very, 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 very bad. Doesn't even qualify as a boy. It's garbage. No, man, you're a weasel. Theoretically. Alright, so we're shutting operations down here at Rosewood. And do I remember the days of me wanting to take everything home with me? I'm glad I've outlived that phase. There is so many trips I would have to do to actually start taking all of this home. Yeah, no, that's not happening. I don't mind taking quite a bit home, but there are limits. Very tangible limits. Rosewood is now a gas station that I can sleep in. And come and pick up some cars if I need them. Stop, you have violated the law. Confiscating these stolen goods. See if you bastards can do 90. Holy shit! I genuinely did not expect to see zombies on this fucking road. How many times have I gone back and forth? How many times? Where the fuck did you come from? This road should have been cleared like epochs ago. This road should have been cleared in a different geological era. Fuck you, are there still zombies here? I wonder. No, that I can't make heads or tails of this because they're coming from both sides of the street. They're coming from both sides of the street. I thought maybe it's because I came up to that other place the other day and did a lot of shooting and killing. I mean, I can't rule out that might be it, but how did that result in people coming from the other side of the street? But there's no chance that that one car was just that much louder than everything else I've ever used here. No fucking chance. I mean, the muffler wasn't even that bad. It was regular, I thought. It was not a damaged muffler. I didn't have a one that I could find that was damaged. I mean, I guess. I'm sussed. I'm sussed. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just sussed as fuck right now. Like, do I need to come down this road with a fucking light bar running? Is that what I need to do to actually make sure that coming down this road with a slightly louder vehicle isn't going to result in that nonsense? Maybe I do. Maybe I do got to come down this road with a fucking light bar blaring. I'm not beyond doing that. I might do that in the not too distant future. This road needs to never have zombies on it ever. Otherwise, it's not going to be a good supply line for me. Hard left turn, hard left turn. Spawn in fields. Yeah, but, I mean, again, with all the mechanics that have been leading them towards roads, like I said, I'm not gonna argue with anything anybody's saying. I'm just sussed. I'm just sussed really hard. Really sussed. Like we're talking like a double sus Sunday right here. The topping is sus. Let's see if you bastards can do 90. Let's see me hit another brick wall of them here. I heard footsteps. You're not gonna fool me. I heard footsteps. I'm not getting out for it. I got something to tell. I'm busy. Smart Cut was my single most intact vehicle. Now the hood is 99 instead of 100. It needs a new battery too. I took the other one out, but that's okay. Thousands of years I have slumbered, and at long last we have been reunited. Grenier brothers. Good thing those don't explode. So there's a heavy duty that's perfect condition but needs to be charged. There's a perfect... I knew I had a perfect condition somewhere. .83%. Some of the tires have taken a slight hit too. Should have filled up the tank before I left. Too late. More freezers. I seriously don't ever want to fill up every single one of them. I'm hoping that I'm just getting more than I need. Maybe I'm coping, but no, I'm really hoping that I don't need any more. Wait a minute. I separated those floodlights because this one that I just put in my backpack is one of the two is battery connected, and I forgot which. So I'm just going to deploy this one. This one is the battery connected one, so I'm going to leave it all the way up here because it is out of range of the generator. The other one is not battery connected. I'll deploy it out here. gonna kill them. I'm gonna kill those fucking things. They keep making that noise. I really, 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 really hate the fact that animals don't de-stress unless they gotta be outside. They don't fucking care. They're animals. They don't know the difference. Well, that's not what Firefly taught me. Firefly taught me that they had to see the sky to remember that they were cows. Wrong container. There you are. Okay, we got it emptied. I will clean the loot up later. I just want to get it out into the lot with the rest of them. And then I will be about 5% happier. No, you're not seeing deja vu. I really have 2 of them. Speaking of lots of things, we have so many engine parts right now. 65 of them in here. Alright, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and bail. But, look at this. Look at this. I can see all of my vehicles and they're beautiful. Let's see. I want to get a good screenshot here. I always love getting those base shots. That's more like it. Come on now, just give me those other 2. Almost there. There we go. Oh. And then I can't see the roof all of a sudden. It's like I can't have both. I can't see the roof and the all the vehicles at once. Alright, that works. Alright, we've had a good one, folks. I do have to peace out now. Usually I would like... Let me get our girl cleaned up here. Get her some water and food, and, yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any choice. I have, something I gotta handle this afternoon here, so... There's a small possibility I'll be able to do some, streaming in the midweek this week as well. If anybody joining is not familiar, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are the days that I'm very likely to be streaming, and anything in between is much less likely, but still possible. Probably not tomorrow, but Wednesday, maybe. TBA. TBA. I will have our girl bid farewell here. And today was a shorter stream, so I'm not going to back up the save. I usually back it up after each stream, but no, I think we're good. I will catch you guys in the next one, and have a good one now. Peace out.